Have you equipped your water today? Yes. I just grabbed it from the fridge. Okay, now why the heck is this command not working? Exclamation mark Entoma. Oh, well now. Hmm. Hmm. That feels like a. That feels like a streamer bot bug. Okay, if I change the command to the test command. Okay, nope, I have no fucking clue. I'm not going. I'm not even going to begin to attempt to pronounce that. Oh, okay. That actually doesn't seem too bad. It's just a lot of syllables, but you just gotta go a little slower. Okay. Now, I would like to know what the heck is happening here. Because I'm not doing any inputs, and then it just eventually just fucking yeets me into the void. It's not that bad with a little practice. I spelled it from memory. Nice, nice. Okay. If is not on floor, gravity. I don't see any direction, transformed up basis. Okay. Also, normal. No. No, don't fucking normalize your vectors. No, we want speedrunners running in diagonals. Because that's really funny. Okay. Okay, so it looks like all of this only applies for pressing buttons. This is input. So the only thing that should be applying, if it's part of the player script, would be the gravity function. Invalid operands, float, and vector 3. Hmm. Okay, that's some funky texturing. What a turquoise circle. Yeah. Hmm. Nope, wrong button. Okay, I have a hypothesis. Right, print velocity. Okay, well, the velocity stops increasing. Never really set velocity. Yeah, this is just the default player controller script template. If you're on the floor, it stops increasing. Yeah, but if it stops increasing, I don't know why I would be sliding off to the left. Cannot assign a value of type integer as vector 3. Oh, nope. Still going. Hmm. I wonder if it's due to the shape of the cylinder collider. Although, I mean, it's just a basic cylinder. I don't see how that would affect anything. Unless, like, the player... Because the player is a capsule collider. So maybe it being curved is doing something? Capsule's collider standard. Okay. Some settings is messed up for colliders? Maybe. Because, like, this is happening without any player input. Height, 2 meters. What if I disable margin? Could you print velocity after you do the input handling? Sure. Do 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 do. I guess so. Okay, print velocity. Full 0, and then it just fucking shoots off. Interestingly, while it's shooting off, it doesn't have any horizontal velocity. What does the move and slide function do? I believe that's baked in, and it just allows for movement in general. Is that text large enough for you to read? Comment it out? Okay. Yeah, if I commented it out, I can't do anything. My velocity values are able to increase, but they are physically unallowed to move. You have the power of instant train, find out. Yeah, so how to motivation? You can do the thing. I believe in you. Make the other object rigid body. The player is a character body. The platform is a rigid body. Okay, yeah, there's bigger text. I appreciate it when a program has built-in documentation. Try move and collide? Okay. Wait. Fuck. Huh? At least one argument. Moves body along the vector motion in order to be frame rate independent, blah blah blah. If test only is true, body does not move, but the collision information will be given. Motion vector. Oh, okay. Okay, nope. Nope. Gravity does shit. Oh wait, did I not save? Am I a dumbass? Okay, nope, nope, I did save. Wait a second, what? Why was my movement like fucking 3 point something? I thought I disabled normalization. I actually don't fucking know the hotkey to focus a specific thing. Oh wait. Velocity equals lerp. Vector 3.0 before move and slide. The fuck's a lerp? Linearly interpolate between two values by the factor defined in weight. Huh. Okay. Yeah, I still don't. I mean, I know what linear means. Not fully sure what interpolation means, other than like moving between two values. This adds friction, so you don't gain infinite speed. I thought this was supposed to make it so I don't gain infinite speed. Expected closing. I have a closing. The other thing was so if you run off a platform, you don't zoom into the abyss. Oh my goodness, why the fuck is it? What the fuck is that syntax? Constant. That's stupid. Why is 0 a constant? It's a number. Oh, okay. Okay, well that fixed it. Although I still feel like this should have fixed it. Because if on floor, speed fucking gravity equals 0. Or is this not my gravity? Oh, okay. Yeah, no, that's what I thought it was gonna do. If you had to find a course that goes into mathematics behind game design, I may just be daft, but they seem hard to find. It's possible, because you don't always need the mathematics to be able to use the interfaces. This seems like an issue. Okay, velocity 0. Okay, something is still going wrong. What did you? I commented out the lerp. Hmm. For some reason, moving horizontally makes me go into the air. Yeah, because I figured if we have the velocity equals 0, we don't need the lerp anymore. Or is the lerp critical? Why do we need lerp? The lerp fixed the issue of being yeeted off. Yes, but what is causing the issue of being yeeted off? My gravity is 0 if I'm on the ground. Uh, yeah, but pressing the jump button doesn't do anything if I have the lerp in place. If you have a sloped surface, move and slide will make you slide down. Yeah, but I don't have a sloped surface. I mean, unless you're talking about the player. Because it's a flat surface, you have to divide by... That doesn't seem... What? That seems like a very obvious thing that should have been caught, so I don't know if that would be what it is. Like, a flat thing having a slope of 0 seems like something that would have been caught like years ago. But yeah, no, if I have the lerp in place, I just can't jump. It's an edge case for a more generalized function that accounts for sliding and moving platforms, which is much harder to implement yourself. Just put the jump after the... Okay, this feels like something... Like, I don't want to have just some random piece of something... Like, preventing me from doing shit and having to, like, move it around. Like, this seems like it's entirely unnecessary. Like, I don't get why I need that. Like, the base movement template shouldn't be this broken. Oh, so what is this even doing? Because all of my velocities were unmoving, but then I just get yeeted. But I shouldn't get yeeted if I'm not moving. Because you can't move without moving. Lerp means that if you try to make a gigantic speed vector, it will interpolate it, which means it cannot instantly set the speed that high and reducing it, which is also why it eats the jump. So if velocity is like... Oh, so... This is not the template code I'm seeing. This is more or less the template code. Yes, it is. Character body 3D basic movement. Exact same shit. I am on 4.4.1 stable, if it matters. On the documentation, it's different. Of course it is. So is lerp similar to move toward? If it's like preventing a large increase in value, so it snaps it downward to another thing? Just linearly? Well, move toward is also linearly. It moves from one value to another value by a set value. Unless I'm misunderstanding what linearly means. If you remove the lerp. I'm too C-sharp brained. I get yeeted off, but less so. Because before I jump... Wait, no. If I move horizontally, it also gives me some slight vertical. Nope. Eventually, I still fall through. No, it looks like it's more than jump. Because, like, if I'm... I don't know if input direction is relative to the camera's angle, but just pressing the fucking arrow keys, it causes me to visually bump up slightly. Where the heck is the fucking visual for this camera's rotation? Oh, it's tiny. Yeah, I'm like... Whenever I do... Yeah, it looks like whenever I do a horizontal input, the circular platform might be causing issues. No, I changed the collision shape to a rectangular prism. The circle platform was just for visual, to align the camera. My velocity is never increasing, yet I'm physically moving up and down. And then I just phase through existence. Yeah, I know velocity shouldn't increase. It should be fucking being set to 0. Unless for whatever reason I'm not considered on floor. But I definitely am on floor because I'm able to do a tiny jump. And you can only jump if you're on the floor. But yeah, I'm constantly getting thrown back down to the ground. So my gravity is super high. Do you need to set the on-floor thing yourself? No. On-floor should be automatic. Returns true if the body collided with the floor on the last call of move and slide, otherwise returned false. The up direction and floor max angle are used to determine whether a surface is floor or not. So... up direction and floor max angle? Default maximum angle in radians, still considered a floor. We do jump after we set the velocity to 0. I typically put the gravity before the other stuff, unless I'm misremembering. Remove the else and just do is on floor directly. What's the issue? The issue is that if we're on the floor, our downwards velocity is being set to 0. So if we're standing on the floor, we should not be gaining gravity speed. Yet, after a while, we still shoot through the floor. Nope. Okay, so it looks like it's around 157 when it reaches critical speed. Nope, that's not doing anything. For what it's worth, my velocity as a whole is getting added to gravity. Oh no, gravity's a vector 3. Okay. Default gravity vector. Okay. Default gravity vector. Okay, so it only applies to Y. Okay, so gravity's not throwing me to the side. I find it very funny that 2D is in pixels, not meters. Does it work if you remove the velocity equals 0? No, it looks like it's still gonna... Oh wait, no, that's my just insane jump. I actually had it set to 500. Velocity.y equals jump velocity. Yeah. Why is the basic physics engine harassing me so much? I think it sets itself to 0. After landing, it bumps it back to 0. Well, I mean, I should still be able to jump. Like, like, like it's not letting me jump normally. I jump, my velocity is set to 50, and then to jump, I have to like wiggle around a little bit, and it's weird. Like I'm fucking stuck to the ground. And then I eventually shoot through the ground. Huh? A print to the if. Yeah, I can do that. Yep, as expected. But then if I just fucking sit here. Well, I mean, regardless of the jump speed, one, it didn't fix that. But regardless of the jump speed, like, we still have the issue of things just shitting the bed after a while without the player doing anything. But also, no, that did not fix it. Godot, I would like to request that I don't have to debug your built-in movement script. Okay, rotation's nothing. They're randomly becoming airborne after a time. Well, I mean, if I press the jump button, my velocity gets set to the jump. And then if I wiggle around somewhat, I guess eventually I finally get it to be launched. Physics body 3D. Oh no, it's blue. Actually, I don't know why it's blue. Maybe it's blue because that's just something I've viewed recently. But bool, character body, these are just documents, as this icon appears to indicate. Then these are scripts. I don't know. Wait, now it's not blue. Okay, I don't know what the blue means, but yeah, this is just a document file. What was that other? The other script that I deleted was just the template script that I pulled up to show you that it was the same as the player.gd. Oh. Oh, okay. So the blue indicates how long ago you viewed that file. So like all these are blue right now. If I swap between these two slowly fade back to white. And then these are not fading over time, so it's based on viewing other files. That's an interesting way to do that. So the intensity of the blue indicates how recently you viewed that file. Two scripts are trying to control the player at once. That might do it. I don't think that would do it, because the player specifically only has the one script attached to the player object. I'll go ahead and fucking delete that just in case. So now the player.gd is the only script in existence. And that is the wrong. Yeah, no, that wasn't it. Hello, Aganther. Good morning. Okay, let me go ahead and this collision. Could you remove the is on floor on the jump? Yeah, one moment. Okay, well, first off, that should be on terrain. And then player looking for terrain. Huh? Okay, first I'm gonna fucking get rid of that. And then I'm gonna fucking bring it back in. Okay, same issue. Okay, remove the is on floor for the jump. Okay, so as soon as I touch the floor, I'm fucking stuck to the floor. But if I'm like midair, I'm able to jump just fine. Oh, but then I touch the floor and then boom! Why the heck is being on the floor so detrimental? I don't get it. This is just normal ass platform. Why was it displaying my velocity is 0? My velocity should have been increasing indefinitely. Unless I need to be printing a different value, and that's the, like, physical position velocity, rather than the actual speed value. It can only be 0 because you cannot move through a solid object. Yeah, but still, my internal velocity is increasing, as is evident. So it has to be stored somewhere. Okay, I'm gonna take a short break to finish eating my breakfast. I will be back. Okay, I'm back. Excuse me. Yami, I don't think it actually cares about your vertical velocity for is on floor in regards to your recent message. Collided with the floor on the last call of move and slide. Up direction and floor max angle are used to determine. It doesn't seem like it takes velocity into account. Clamp, Y. Nope, that does not appear to have done it. That does look like it somewhat fixed the jump, kind of, maybe. I still don't... Oh. Very interesting. The instant I snapped down, my gravity was clamped to -5, but I still fucking went all the way through. What I'm trying to get... what I'm confused about is why the input... why moving around is causing me to visually bump up slightly. I imagine it, like, it could potentially be the same issue, which is causing me to snap down through the floor. Hmm. This input direction equals that direction based on input. If direction... okay, so none of this should run. Well, this is running if you're not doing an input. But none of this should run unless the player is doing an input. No, the floor does not have a script. You can tell which objects have a script based on this little piece of paper thing. So right now, only the player has a script attached to it. I believe the player script is also the only script that actually exists in this project file. Okay, X and Z. Okay, well, this shouldn't impact me. Okay, so this is always running if you're not doing an input, so this should not be impacting my fucking clipping through the ground. And this is only impacting X and Z, so that shouldn't make me bop up and down. And the is on floor always seemed to work when I was doing 2D stuff. Like, I never had any issues with that. Collision settings for the ground. I mean, not really. I mean... There's margin. It said the player needs to be parented under the physics object? What do you mean the player needs to be parented under the physics object? Like the player needs to be parented to the platform? Because that doesn't seem like it would work for a large world. On the same layer as a mesh instance. Oh. Wait, but the mesh instance is just the visual. And it's also fucking disabled at the moment. Oh, so the player has to be parented by the terrain? That seems like... That seems like it shouldn't be the case. Because you can't always have the player... Like, unless the entire map is a single game object... Why did that work? No, nope, it didn't work. I thought it worked. I mean, I can try changing the play... Like, I know you said it didn't matter, but I can try changing the player from a capsule to, like, a box. Nope, nope, doesn't matter. On... Oh, the player node? Yeah, sure. It has the character body 3D root And then collision shape and mesh instance. Put the collision shape under the mesh? I mean, I can try. Oh, the camera's fucking facing the wrong way. Under the node in the tree? No, I can't do that. Because if I have the collision shape a child of the mesh instance, then the player no longer has collision. And by player, I mean the character body 3D no longer has collision to reference. Okay? No collision. But, yeah, I suppose it's good to just sanity check. $51.50. Can I have a fucking light? Um, light? Energy? This lamp is not doing anything. Oh, here we go. Okay, and then do. I just wanted to have a better view. Expected at most 0. Okay, so yeah, move and slide is just move and slide. Oh. Well, regardless, expected at most 0. Let me see if I can go ahead and, fix the cannot send links issue. Make a command, add link filter, mode regex. Okay, so regex for x.x, would that just be asterisk period asterisk? And that will catch anything that contains text period text? Because I'm just going to do a regex filter for wildcard period wildcard, and then just have a fucking whitelist of people that it ignores. The catch-all term is period in and of itself. Oh, so would it be like period quote period quote period? So that the period in the middle is treated as a string? Because I've never messed with it regex before. So you need to escape it with slash. Oh. Okay, so dot slash dot dot. Okay, so allow all slash period period slash period. Well, no, I want the 2 wildcards on the edge, but then the period in the middle. Oh, no, you're good. Okay, so no global cooldown includes, not explicit. Okay, so allow all. Okay, so link filter actions, add link deleter group auto chat moderation source add custom Twitch, no wait, core command link filter, and then add Twitch chat. Oh, I can't delete a message through a sub action? Huh? User moderation. Uh, that will catch literally anything with the period character, so just multiple sentences. Oh, true. That's a very good call. Fuck. People are pushing out is to enable continuous CD in the rigid bodies section. I suppose one thing that I could do, if I can figure out how to delete a message, I could just turn off Twitch's blacklist thing, like Twitch's link thing, and then just add my own list. No, but I could, but then I can't manually account for every single link. And then like if you get to the point where you have a much bigger chat, it's probably better to just leave links disabled, but just have a whitelist. But like I'm trying to figure out how to do the whitelist. Where's continuous CD? If you happen to have found that. Actually, maybe someone has just already made the thing that I'm looking for. Nope. Twitch link whitelist user. Twitch might explode for this one, but a good link regex filter would be that with no quotes. Surprisingly, Twitch did not ban that, but I suppose it's not like something dot something. Oh my goodness, I don't want to use... Things are just telling me to use Nightbot and StreamerBot, not StreamerBot, Stream Elements. I don't want to use Streamlabs or Elements or Nightbot. Tristan get mad at me for Borderline SQL injection. Don't worry, don't worry. My SQL chat documenter is turning everything into raw string. To make a specific exception would be to add spaces. Yeah, but the bots have already accounted for that. They do streamboo space dot space com. It's fucking asinine. So that wouldn't really be of much help. Okay, can I fucking... Okay, add subaction Twitch, moderation, chat modes, shield. Can I seriously not delete a message through subaction? I bet I could clear chat, but I don't want to do that. That would be very easy to abuse. I think I can delete messages through YouTube? Ban user timeout. No, I can't delete messages. Interesting. Wait. Twitch delete chat message? Oh, I can delete the chat messages through the C# message. I can't delete chat messages through just the general UI, I suppose. Interesting. Ooh, nice. Although I I have to say there is nothing regular about this expression. As I make the joke that 5 million other people have made before me. I'm painfully familiar with the language. Oh well, it's a skill to have. Okay. The continuous city. It's amongst the gravity settings. Well, gravity settings is in project settings. Physics 3D. Wait, actually. Continuous CD. Fractions of a body's inner radius that the body must move per step to make use of continuous collision detection. Okay, well, continuous CD doesn't look like it's a Boolean. What's in the 3D physics? This really feels like an issue that shouldn't be an issue. Because I haven't actually done any fancy code, so this feels like it's just something is broken with the physics engine itself. Makes physics to. Oh, is this like the quarter frames in Super Mario 64? Where it checks like X amount of times per frame to see if something is legal? That's cool. Nice to know that we have twice the power of the N64. Don't mess with it. Oh, but what if I want fucking 1,000? I want physics to have Planck time granularity. Hmm. Why are you broken? Meh. I mean, we could mess with this for a little bit. Ooh. Okay, don't fucking know what pivot is because I don't have a pivot. Okay. Let's see what it do. Nope. It it don't do. You aren't falling through the floor anymore. Yeah, well, I didn't let it run for very long, but also I can't fucking move. Oh, nope, I am falling through the floor. Okay, my position is gradually going down. Nope, there we go. Make a new project and see if that fixes it. I mean, fuck, I have no objection. We're not very far in. Okay, so create. Okay, so the body uses a similar regex sequence to sensor. Interesting. Okay, a new folder. How the fuck you spell entities? Am I stupid? Okay. Okay, and then. Oh, right. Wait, actually, hang on. Okay, and then. Mesh. Box mesh. Okay. And then surface material override, new standard material. Albedo. Make this into some. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. I dislike that I can't just drag down here to fully pull it out of the hierarchy. Oh my goodness, I have to collapse this to bring it to. Oh, that's fucking bullshit. Use a static body for the play area. Okay, then we have the player position. If I can reset that. And then camera. No. 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 Get off the player. And then light. Yeah, fuck it. Have a spotlight. Oh my god. Stop parenting everything automatically. Okay, let's see what happens. Okay, the light is doing jack shit. Also, the camera is too far away. Looks like the default is working as default should. Yep, position is not slowly creeping through the floor. If you follow the tutorial, it works. Yeah. Although, actually, what? This doesn't have anything setting my Y velocity to 0. What rigid body is for? I guess a static body cannot be moved by external forces. When moved manually, it does not affect other bodies in its path. 3D physics body that is moved by a physics sim. Oh, okay. So that's for like destructible terrain and shit. And also, I guess you could, depending on how your game is made, you could probably use this for the player character or enemies. Like this is probably what you would use for like if you kill an enemy and then it ragdolls. Okay, yeah, I guess I forgot or whatever. I thought the rigid body was the static body because just the term rigid made me think, oh, it doesn't move. It is fixed in place. Okay, I don't like that this description box is so fucking tiny. Even fucking zooming out, it's still tiny. I can't expand it. The mouse over the edge between the description? Yeah, this is very dumb. This box is borderline useless. currently. Okay. Okay, okay, so lesson learned for basic terrain, static body. With a working template back into the mines we go. Yes, indeed. Okay. Although, I wonder if there's anything that I should tweak to this before we mess with anything else. Yeah, I mean, it seems to work just fine for, like, it's a basic movement template, but there's nothing fancy. But I guess I don't know what fancy stuff I am even going to use. We can add fancy later. Yeah, that's true. Okay. I guess... I guess spawn a hitbox based on player input. That could be a good start. Because that's something you have to be able to do to make attacks. Or, well, I guess just spawn a thing based on player input. And then I can make the hitbox be the thing later. Generic entity template. Okay, that's a good point, because, like, I actually don't know proper procedure. Whenever I, like, mess around with learning and stuff, I kind of just, like, jump in and just start trying to make shit. So, generic entity template, would that just be, like, base enemy, fill in the stats of the specific thing later? Yeah, okay. Fill in stats, shapes, animate. Oh, okay, so like in the level editor, it would just look like a fucking miscellaneous node, and then like over here I would have like a bunch of customizable like data inputs. So I choose like, oh, fucking slime monster, and then it auto populates the default stats, and then I can change those stats later if I want. Okay. So I imagine that would be a code template. I don't know. Specialized for characters moved by scripts. If you want to add an enemy type, you just plop down a generic template, configure it, then chuck it in. You need to make it a template with shape. Oh, so the template isn't for placing down. The template is to, like, I make the template, then if I make a new enemy type, I just duplicate the template object, and then just build a separate prefab. That's what the template for. Okay, I misunderstood. Initially, I thought you meant, like, I have the one game object called enemy that just has a fuck ton of customizable values that I change depending on which enemy I want it to be. Do you want to rewrite collision code and HP code and hitboxes for every single enemy in the game? No. I thought it was going to be like, it has a drop down over here where I select what enemy it is. But no, having like 20 plus different prefabs for the specific enemy types makes a lot more sense. Okay, I guess for the template... I'm not sure which body type. Maybe character body? Because it's gonna, like, have enemy AI and stuff. To where, like, it's following the player and then attacking at certain distances and stuff. So, like, it's gonna have a lot of script influence. Definitely not static body. .30 physics body. Probably not. I mean, probably character body. Because I imagine most of its shit is going to be controlled through code. Rather than direct physics. Although... for ragdolling, because ragdolling is funny, you would swap to rigid body. Okay, so character body, enemy template. That is not how you spell the word template. Entity? Ooh, good call. Save the work of making a separate NPC class, true. And also, at least for Dark Souls, NPCs are basically just enemies for the most part. They're just it's an enemy that you can talk to until you punch it. Just reuse the generic template for every movable thing with HP that you can kill. Yeah. Entity template. Okay. So let me go ahead and give this a mesh. Huh? What? That's not how the term radius works. What are you smoking? It should be a single value. It's a sphere. Okay, whatever. Entity template. Node has no shape. Okay, that's fine. Okay, script. Mesh and shape completely empty. I imagine... a shape must be collided... Okay, no. I imagine for some enemy types, it would have multiple collision shapes. Like bosses, at least, they're big enough to definitely warrant that. How much you can manipulate the shapes and mesh through code. Or if Godot expects you to handle that manually. Isn't doing things through code doing it manually? Because I know you're able to execute code based on animation progress, at least in 2D. So like I think you can do like if you're on like at a certain point in an animation, you can execute code based on that. So it might be possible to have a specific collision shape on a certain part of the model, and then when you get to a certain point in the animation, it activates the collision, and then at a certain point in the animation, it deactivates the collision. So it's like, oh, 10 frames into the sword swing, turn on the hurt box. And then, like, after the sword swing finishes, turn off the hurt box. Okay. I don't think the enemy statistics should be constants because there's the possibility that I might want scaling depending on how far into the game you are, or if I just want a specific unique variant that just has more health or whatever. You might need to customize animation for shape, manually add the shape and animation. Then the animation does move arm. You don't have to. So like having a full body model versus having like 5 separate models that just come together to form one body. I'm not. Do animation depends on the shape. Customize for the shape. Manually add the shape and animation. Generalize the animation. Have each shape have like a generic arm, and the animation is. Oh, sharing skeletons. Is that what you're talking about? Like having like 5 different humanoids, but they all share the same animations? That only works if Godot can control that through code. Okay. Or you need to manually configure each skeleton for the new entity. Okay. Oh, so like even if I have 5 different humanoids all with the same animation set, like I might have to just effectively copy paste the animation onto each of them. Hmm. Hmm. If you cannot, then yes, because Godot needs to know where to find the skeleton and what to do with it. You might need to go through every individual script and go move X skeleton by 1 meter, even if it's the same animation for each skeleton. That's unfortunate. Although, I don't I don't know if Godot has skeletons. It might just be that the animation itself is baked into the object, and then you just play the animation. And by I don't know, it's not. I think it's not the case. A node containing a bone higher. Oh, okay. Oh, inverse kinematic. Neat. Yeah, that sounds like it'll make things easier. Oh, it's depreciated. Never mind. Why the fuck are you depreciated? Does Skeleton 3D, is it just a catch-all now? No, it doesn't look like it has a toggle for IK. Play with the specifics later. You know what? Fair. Okay. Okay, so I don't think these should be uh constants, just in case I want to have like the same enemy but with like more health because it's later in the game. Yes, spooky, scary skeletons indeed. Okay, so we don't need speed and jump velocity. We don't need any of this input shit. Speed and why the fuck do I need jump? Not every enemy can jump. Actually, at least in the context of Dark Souls, very few enemies can jump. Okay. Having a generic template means you have a catch-all that accounts for every possibility. Uh, that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay. So... can I change the color? Project editor. I want to change the color of the comments. They're too dull. I can't see them at a glance. Go script comment color. Editor. Editor settings. Text editor. Highlighting. Hey. Nope, that's still not dark. It's still too dark. Alpha all the way up. Can I... Give me strong pink. No. What's the fucking Visual Studio Code? What do you use for your comment? It's like green? Isn't green like the standard comment code color? Green or gray? Yeah, I don't want it to be too bright because if it's too bright, then it makes me think that it's like a function or a something or like a constant or something. Okay, maybe. No, but gray also looks very similar to just a variable name. Maybe if I make it even darker gray, like almost black. Yeah, but then you can't really see it. That's fun now. Add an enum? And an enum is that someone said it was just like associating these with numbers, so it's like a micro dictionary or something? A bunch of constants that are under one umbrella. Very useful for branching logic. If you're an enemy, you have a heart box. If you're an NPC, you're unkillable, etc. Oh, so this is like a drop-down menu of like mutually exclusive flags. Doesn't have to be example incoming. The movement logic applies to all of them. Oh, okay. Well, when I said mutually exclusive flags, I meant a given entity is only allowed to have one of these three types. Like, you can't be an enemy and an NPC, or an NPC and a player. You have to be one. An enum is a user-defined data type that contains a set of named integer constants, is used to assign meaningful names to integer values, which makes a program easy to read and maintain. Oh, so this literally is just a micro dictionary. You have an arbitrary string assigned with a specific value. I'm looking. I looked up what an enum is so I can try and better understand it. Hmm. Would it? I wonder if a switch should get its own type, or if that would just be a fancy NPC, like a door or a lever. You stand in front of it and interact. Because that sounds kind of like an NPC. Although I guess they would have the player use special animations. Class name? Okay, see that's gonna be a whole new thing because I have like actually not messed with classes at all. Unexpected class name in class body. Huh? Okay, I guess the class name has to be at the very top. Okay, so the class name is entity, and then it's types of entity. So there's 3 different entity types. Because these are like distinct categories that have pretty major differences. Class name entity extends like that? Or did you just mean like the class goes at the very start? Character body 3D is also a class? That's where the velocity comes from? Oh. Oh, so this is this us making a new class that is just utilizing some things from a pre-existing class? Okay. And we need collision code. Yeah, that would. Yeah, I imagine it would be hard to have enemies and things if we didn't have collision. Does the compiler yell at you for putting the enumerator first? I don't think so. Well, I mean, it yells at me for putting the class name second. Although it doesn't look like it cares the order that these go in. Although I'll put class name first because that seems like it's the highest hierarchy. Doing something else internally makes sense. Proper coding practice would be to put the enumerator into a separate file? Why would you make an entire file for 3 variables? For a single line? If you want to use the numerator right now, you would go link blocked. This assumes that only entity uses the... Well, I suppose, yeah, if something else wanted to reference this specific set, then it would be smart to have it in a public access area. Although right now, is this effectively just this? Is that effectively just all that is? Because that feels like that's all that is. This feels like it's just associate string with value. That's what the enumerator is effectively. Then what's the difference between an enumerator and a dictionary? Because a dictionary is just this, except you can also do any value type. When you find random zeros in your code, you don't have to look up what 0 is. Oh, okay. Because it's already associated with something else. I think... I think leaving it here for now is fine. If we ever get to the point where something else calls for this, we can just make the script, fucking delete this one line, and then reference that. I thought the Godot's initiation is on ready or something. Called when the object script is instantiated, oftentimes after the object is initialized in memory. Can also be defined to take in parameters. Okay. No, wait, no, I don't need brackets. This is Godot. Huh? Oh, I do fucking need brack? Oh, it's a function. Oh, but the if didn't need brackets. Interesting. Wait, no, this function doesn't need brackets. It is a function. Does Godot not have on ready? I thought Godot had on ready. Hmm. This shit. Huh? Oh my god, it's fine, I use tab. Separate classes for player, enemy, and NPC. I don't know what a class is, so I don't know if that would be useful or not. Like, my extent of understanding what a class is that it is a thing that exists. Also, I think this is what I was thinking of. A class is a group of associated variables and functions. You can have a function that works on the internal variables. Oh, so a class is a self-contained object. Oh, so similar how you can have two functions that use the same variable name because they're isolated from each other, a class can use the same variable name as a different class because they're isolated from each other. Make an object from a class. Make an entity object. We'll use variables associated with the function. Okay, Twitch, stop fucking deleting Yami's messages. Okay, I search how to whitelist a chatter. The first and second results are how to blacklist. That is the opposite of what I want. What the fuck is wrong with you, Quant? Yeah. The link filter is a bit overzealous. Blacklist everyone. I don't think deleting every single message is going to be good for growing the community. Okay, I suppose this is a good a time as any to just stand up and stretch. Yeah, my water alarm is supposed to go off every 2 hours. Although, I suppose it's not super relevant that I get it super consistent because if I if I hit affiliate, then ads will have to be ran. So to get rid of pre-roll ads, I'll just do ads every hour, and then that will just be a mandatory break because I'm not going to be doing content during the ads. So then I can just use the hourly ads for my water. Or if I just happen to remember. Okay, so it looks like base type color being green is annoying. Because I prefer comment color to be green. Also, why is string color not orange? DM, nice. Brace mismatch color. Oh yeah, Godot doesn't have rainbow braces. I like rainbow braces. Oh, okay. So a class is just explicitly a set of variables and a set of functions. And then you can have a separate class extend any other class in order to implicitly get access to its shit without having to duplicate it over. Oh, okay. Oh, well then that just sounds like kind of like how like if you ever do a function like more than one if you ever do something more than once make it a function, it feels like it's just these should each have their own class just so all their exclusive code is in isolation. Because, like, the player doesn't need access to, like, fucking shop menus and stuff. That's what came to mind. You can do it all in a single class if you're janking. Yeah, so... Okay, that makes sense. So... Well, imagine you show them to suddenly explain that. They drew me a picture. I am a very image, spatial-oriented understander. You could do initiate a new type, so you do entity player, and it would work, which is what I was originally going for, but it gets very unsightly very quickly. Ah. Okay, so I would have scripts, and then I guess classes? Then in the initiation function, you can go if player do X. So I would have class name entity, and then 3 other files for player, enemy, and NPC that all extend entity. Okay. Okay. That makes sense. Although then you gotta, I imagine at that point you might have to be concerned about like just having too many files. But I suppose if they're organized, it might be less of an issue. Okay, so class name entity extends character body. And then okay, let's move this in here. So entity class duplicate player class lets you extend files, so you might need to do that instead of because classes were added retrospectively. Oh yeah, because character body 3D is baked in. Nope. Um, does extend... Oh. Oh, okay, so I just actually just put the name of the class. And then it... Okay. Okay, that's nice. I guess a player class extends entity, and then I don't need to extend character body because entity already extends. Never mind. Do I need to keep the speed and jump velocity? Or would I do like entity dot speed and just reset it? Or do I just remove that for now? Oh, already exist. Interesting. Magic of refactoring. Wait. Entity, class. Oh. Oh, I renamed the wrong thing. Okay, I'll just get rid of that. Entity class. New function. Okay, so direction is just a variable name that is associated with vector 3. So, like, if an enemy notices a player, it will run move towards player position. Argument and variable is the same thing, is it not? Yeah, I mean, you gotta put spaces in between the dots. Twitch doesn't like programming, it seems. Player.move arbitrary direction variable. Oh, was the move function supposed to be in the player class? It's currently in the entity class. Entity? Okay. That makes sense because enemies are also able to move. And then I assume we're going to, after we finalize this, we're going to just overwrite the default movement code so that we can use this template. Player extends entity. Right. That makes sense. Use commas. Ooh, that's clever. Although, don't give the bots any ideas. They already have too much annoyance power. Do 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 do. Okay, so function move, direction, and then it would be like something like self dot position plus equal direction. Okay. I don't know if... Oh, is self... Oh, self is actually some syntax. Assignment is not allowed inside... I'm not assigning anything. The velocity code from physics process. Oh, I don't have to do self. It's just doing velocity just is itself. Is that what you were referring to? Because that doesn't feel right. Gravity should be applying every frame. Wait, then why the fuck did it say I need... Okay, whatever. Gravity definitely feels like it should be applying every frame. I guess so. Remove if input and the... Huh? In the physics process. Oh. So... And then I bring this down here. So that move is running every frame. Oh, but I don't have a direction. You don't. I don't need to call move? Go to player. Okay. Okay, player class.gd extends entity. Delete the ready. Okay, I guess we don't need to fuck the frame we come into existence. Okay, well I don't need input direction, but I'll probably need that. Oh, the move function is going in here. Oh, okay, never mind. It's not going in here. Okay, this is constantly going not in the direction that I think I finally understand. Hmm? I really wish there was a format hotkey. I mean, maybe there is. I don't know. I like being able to just press a button and have all of the stuff fix itself. And then it's like entity.move. Yeah, about Dojo. I don't even know what that arrow does. Not all code paths return a value. Okay, well, I mean that'll be fixed. So okay, so input direction equals blah blah blah, return direction, and then we do move direction. No, we don't. Input handling. Uh, oh, right, because this function is being ran and it's returning the direction. So every frame move is running input handling, which is getting the input direction. What the fuck is a super? The fuck is a super? I have never heard of this before. What the fuck is a super? There is no documentation. Go documentation. What is this? Go dot. What the fuck is a super? Explain yourself. The super function calls the super function of the super class. In this case, player.physicsProcess calls entity.physicsProcess. It just runs the code in the entity physics process function. Oh, so because both player and entity share a function, if I do super, it will check if the parent function has an identically named function, and then it will run that as well. Oh, okay. Expected 1. Okay. So I don't have to do move and slide because it just implicitly grabs it from over here. Okay, so gravity is just universally in this, so long as we always have super. Okay. Sorry, I'm just reviewing this to make sure I understand it. Okay, so for the player class, every frame, move, input handling, jump, whatever. Input direction, return direction, so move direction, go over here, and then if direction else Okay, and then we actually... Okay. But for like enemy or whatever, it would get direction from some other source, and then it would input it into the move function, so it would be different. Okay, okay. Okay, player.gd. Did we just delete this? An enemy would get the direction towards the nearest player. Yeah, one possibility. Or it would have like maybe like a preset scouting path that it walks along, like a guard. Is this just going to call the player class, but not actually be the player class? Class name player. Function player not found in base self. Oh, extends fucking like entity or player class or something? After the move and slide. I mean, entity has... Wait, after move and slide. Huh? No, there's... I think this mean at the start of the I think this means that character body 3D doesn't have a move and oh wait, physics process. Yeah, character body 3D just doesn't have a physics process. What's the error code? No. No, 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 no. The error code in player.gd was function player not found in base self. Got him. Yeah, Yeah, nope. I mean, the last time I did this, I just fucking extended player. Because in player, I just extended entity directly. Nope. Nope. Dope, 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 dope. Why are you not working? What are we trying to set the player argument to? Because this looks like a function. Oh, dot. Oh no, the dollar sign is to grab this. The dollar sign is shorthand for grabbing stuff in the hierarchy of objects. What are we attempting to do? Creating a player object and using it. We have the player object. It's right here. I was expecting we were going to just slap the player class onto the player object. What the why would they do it that way? Doesn't like every other programming language have the new before the thing? Hmm. Every other programming language is new class name. From what I hear, Go.script is based on Python, in case that matters. Or, well, similar to Python. Python just has... Oh, interesting. So you don't have to declare that it's new. I guess it's just, if it doesn't already exist, it assumes that it's new. Which in retrospect makes a lot of sense. Why would you have to declare that it's new? Just check if it exists already. I mean... Okay, well, left and... Okay, jump is fucked, slightly. The fuck? I tried doing extends player earlier and it was still shitting the bed. Jump isn't... I don't know if jump is fucked. It's just really small, so I might have to increase jump speed. Okay, why are you normalizing? No. Fuck off with the normalization. No, why are you normalizing? I I don't want diagonals to be normalized. And a jump, we have jump velocity. It's just in the entity. Hmm. Either scale is off or gravity is fucked. Gravity is really high. Direction, vector 3, move function. Direction, vector 3. Okay, I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, well, this doesn't need to be a fucking constant. Cut and paste both. Okay, and then move. It's still normalizing my speed, which I do not like. Why the fuck are you normalizing? I explicitly got rid of normalization. Does move and slide just implicitly normalize? I would keep it, because if it's not normalized, controller is very wonky. In what regard? Because it's very funny watching speedrunners run diagonally. Menu adjustments of the angle changes your speed. Hmm. Okay, where the heck was the normalization? It's fine for a mouse and keyboard game because you only have one diagonal, but on a controller it's annoying. I don't think I've encountered that myself, probably because everyone just uses normalization. But I suppose that's fair. No, I was asking where the normalization was so I can put it back. There we go. Because I'd rather have it explicitly programmed in rather than, well, it's just kind of there. Okay. One of the internal functions mentions normalization. That feels like something that you should be allowed to turn off. Okay, now let's go ahead and drag this out some. Okay, I don't know if that's an issue with gravity or if that's an issue with scale or something else. Didn't you change the physics to speed to like the no, I changed it back. Yeah, it's 60 ticks per second. If you want to recode the internal function from scratch, no. I don't want to do that. Can I just have? I just want. I want Omnilight. Give me sun. Oh, wait, no. That's no. I want directional light. One step removed from recoding the internal function. It's kind of why engines suck. The internal functions work, but are limiting, so you inevitably end up rewriting the internal functions anyway. Okay, light. View. 2 viewports. Oh, Pog. Okay, so energy. No. Indirect. No. Specular. No. How do I just get omnidirectional increase in light without just baking in everything? Energy adds more light. Energy is just reflecting. It's the terrain is what I'm trying to make brighter. I don't want the fucking nuclear pill bug. Also, why is this not 1920? Okay, the physical position of the thing does not matter. It's the rotation that. There we go. Just the sun wasn't pointing at the ground. That's the issue. It's so bright. Okay, exact position is actually just completely irrelevant. So I'm just gonna fucking. Wait, to zoom. Why is there a limit on how far away I can zoom? That seems. Mm, okay, so rotation is what matters. Okay. Although, directional shadows. Give me directional shadows. Okay, those are just baked in. Okay. Okay, now it's time to implement the nuke, the most important of spells. Although, what's the point of having an exclusive script that that only extends a separate script? Unless, like, it's so you can have blah 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 down here as well. Multiplayer? Yeah, but why would you ever have multiplayer? I mean, I guess if you care about money, you'll have multiplayer. Because humans are social. Yeah, I guess you would have to have this just directly connecting to this so that everyone in the lobby isn't controlling everyone else in the lobby. Although that would actually be kind of funny. Having like a PvP scenario where like instead of having it be like a free for all of like 5 people, it's like 10 people. It's a 1v1, but each one is controlled by 5 different people separately. So it's like you're fighting with other people to try and control your guy. That would actually be. That could potentially be an interesting niche game. If you weren't in Godot, you would handle when each object exists, when the frames update, etc. yourself. So you structure code like this. Hmm? I do not understand. Create player, create camera, main loop, update physics, display game. Oh yeah, that's how the Pico 8 does it. At least in terms of the main loop. Oh, but if you were using your own engine, you would manually tell it when to draw the screen. But here it just automatically draws it constantly. I love the code strict. No, I mean, I'm doing some of the code structuring. I mean, I'm fucking writing the code. See, I wrote the code. Yeah, sure. We do have like 25 minutes left for today. Duplicate. Should I? Actually, hang on. Just chucking all the variables in for now is useful. That's fair. Do you think it's better to do the type of whatever it is first, so that they're all like they start uniformly? That feels like it could be smart. It's in the folder classes. If you have a non-class script in there, I'd be worried. Yeah, that's fair. Okay. I'll just fucking close all this shit. Entity can go up there. Class name NPC. You have duplicate class names. I'm fixing it. Yeah, well, the compiler can just chill out. Okay. So I don't want that in there. Oh. Oh yeah, I copied and pasted the player, so there's gonna be duplicate functions. I guess enemy. Rename the input handling functions and leave them blank. Okay. Get direction. Oh. Oh, just fucking return 0. Fair. Wait, class player hides a global. The fuck you mean hides? The fuck? Why the oh my goodness. Okay, function input handling. vector 3, return vector 3, 0. Although I suppose enemies don't have any inputs. But I don't want to just keep copying the names you give me. Then I'm not learning names. Like, even when I'm following a tutorial, I like to intentionally change the variable names or, like, change the values slightly. Just so, like, I'm at least experiencing something slightly different. So I can see, like, comparison and build up understanding. It's a function that gives you a direction. Yeah, I know. I know it's a simple thing. It's a simple function. Boing. Hmm. Although, all three of these have health, so shouldn't default health just be on the entity class? But then again, each individual enemy is going to have different health values, so you're going to have to reinstantiate it anyway. But at least, I guess, instantiate it here and then just change it later. Anything that applies to all subclasses added to the superclass. Okay. Changing the instantiation works with the... I don't think Godot has the... Initiate? Yeah, no, it's fucking... Yeah, it's this shit. It's ready. Object scripts. Oh. Okay. Okay, so that's different. The script being instantiated is different from the object existing. Okay. Isn't it reverse? Initiate called when the object's script is instantiated. Ready. Called when the node is ready, i.e. when both the node and its children have entered the scene tree. through object.new or new. Well, it specifies the script, and then this specifies the node. So I'm not sure. Usually used for initialization. For even earlier initialization, objects.init may be used. The object script. You can initialize a script without the object existing. It's a completely separate file. Presumably. Well, I mean, I want to know which one I should use. Because I should use the better one. Although I don't initialize HP on the enemy class name. I would initialize HP on the individual enemies. That's what the init is for. You need to initialize it when you're creating the object. Entity does not have a super. Or, well, entity does not have an init. Looks like that is not complaining. Nope, still needs the extend so I can move around and shit. Oh, I can't move around? Hmm. Okay, nope, something else broke. This, probably. Yep, there we go. Now I can move. Why the fuck are you not 1920 by whatever? Oh, because I made it small. I thought I explicitly said you can't resize. Yeah. Add a function in the entity class and use that to... Well, how would initializing stuff normally be done? What we just did? Having this inside of the player class? Change the init function, then whenever you need the object, init initial number. Well, we don't need to make a new player object. We have the player object already in the hierarchy. And then we have the player movement stuff. Although I guess like if you have like an enemy spawner or something, you're going to be making new enemies dynamically. This doesn't work if you can't do that. Too many arguments for new. Okay, so that want to make a new file that extends enemy for every single enemy. Not particularly. Let's try. Oh. Okay, so what's the issue? Create instance, error constructing a GD script instance, character body 3D. Method expected 1 arguments but calls with 0. Create instance. I still don't get why we're making another instance of the player when one already exists. Like, surely we just fucking set the player's data in the class player. Oh, but we have to think about the enemies. Fuck. Why you not working? Local function parameter health. Let's go ahead and try. Method expected 1 arguments but called with 0. Okay, well, if we get rid of the health argument, it works. Okay, but I'm gonna have to go. If I find something, I'll send it to you. Okay, thank you. Bye bye. Have good days. Where's the off button?